just sent me a message. It was like, hey, I saw this ad on social media on Facebook, where like there is this small kitty. Oh, music is very loud. Yeah, I'll lower it and then we'll start over. Here we go. So, okay. The story time. The story that is the time to tell. Basically, so I've been wanting a cat for a very long time, and there were a few factors besides it. Most of my siblings don't like cats, aggressively so, but I really like cats, and one day, my mom, a few days ago, my mom basically what she did is she sent me like a WhatsApp group, and then I was like a message of like, hey, this little kitty needs a home. Do you know any friends that are interested in adopting or fostering? And then I said, we can take it. And then my mom said, I don't know, I'll think about it, but like I'll ask your dad. And then I talked about it, and my mom was like, my sister is like, your sister really objects, and I'm like, she's not here like most of these time, like she's not here often, so like her opinion doesn't really matter. And then after a few talking, they were like, okay, we can foster him, and I'm like, oh great, that's awesome, like just to see if we like him. So you don't own him, you're just fostering it. I think that like right now it is fostering, but like I intend to keep him. I intend to keep him, to adopt him. He's gonna be mine. Yeah, I adopted him. But so we go in, and then my mom is like, hey, someone said that like they took it, so we missed our chance. I'm like, dang it, but that's fine. And then come this morning, and I'm in a meeting, and my parents are like, hey, I'll come down. So I come downstairs, and out of the cat, small little baby boy in a cage shows up. And I just screamed and was really in love with him, because oh my goodness, he's so precious, and we get to keep him. And then we went to put him in his room, and my other sibling was like, really? What is he doing here? And then I was like, oh no, he's staying. So yeah, right now he's in a small bathroom that we rarely use. And he's just vibing. He has his own sandbox, which he knows how to use because he's a 3-month-old genius. He's basically like, in terms of, I don't trust people that don't like, I don't either. I think cats are very fierce at establishing boundaries, and that's something that like people need to accept. They're not they're less pushy than dogs. So like, this cat is very small, and he does tiny squeaks, and he's not very bright. He chased his tail, which is orange. Like, the color of him is like, he's creamy, like he has an orange tip, and he has like orange stripes, and his ears are pretty pink, and probably are gonna be orange, so there's a bit of orange there. And he's obviously a little skittish, but like, when he comes out, he just purrs like crazy. He's very loud. He likes climbing on people. He like, some funny things he did is like that he chewed on my hair. He also likes climbing on me. And only after a few hours, like where we put a tennis ball in his room, because we didn't know like what he likes. Only then he realized that you can play with tennis balls, and he just like started chasing it, and it was adorable. There is a dichotomy to this cat, whose name is Edmund, by the way. Like Edmund Dantes from the Count of Monte Cristo, is that like, the guy is potty trained. Like, I saw him like go up, like I saw him twice this day, like going to the sandbox, to the litter, to cat litter, doing his business and then covering it up, and then a few minutes later, he'll just continue being a silly little goober. So he's amazing, and I love him, and my parents like him too, which is what matters. So yeah, I really like him. I had a couple of moments where I was upstairs, like I was like playing video games, or like I don't know, I was working on like some assignments, and then I was like, oh my god, I have to see my son. And then I would go downstairs, and like most of the times my parents were just there instead of me, and they were just chilling with the cats. He also tried eating like a strand of hair that was on the floor, so I had to stop him. But yeah, he's very silly. And also because some of the cats, some of like the litter box sand, like it fell on the ground. So like when I leave the room, I need to wash my legs and also my arms. The legs is mostly because of cat doo-doo, the cat sand. So yeah, that's the big life update I want to share with you guys. I am very stoked about like having a cat. I wanted to have a cat for like a million years, and for the past few years I was just living vicariously through my friends and their cats. My friends who have cats, and honestly that's most of my friends have cats. So, and I also lived vicariously, and like I also really learned to love kitties. When I was like in my old house, and in there we just fed a bunch of kitties, and I was like, oh, I like having these cute little guys, even though they fight against each other because they're strays, and strays don't always get along, so they end up like hitting each other. And some cats are more like territorial than others. But they were really cute. I remember like there was this one cat who was black with green eyes, and I'm being really worried about them because they were gone for like a while, and then they came back, and I was like, oh my god, that's you! And then the cat went, and like they started like, and then they remembered like I gave them love, and they started like loving me. So I really like kitties. And like, it wasn't always like this. Like I used to like, I wasn't like, I think like the cat obsessiveness or like the cat love like really started like only in the past few years. Like I always liked the shape of cats. But like it took me a while to like understand them. And I like the shape, but like I remember like the moment where like the cats clicked to me as a concept. It was when I was at a friend's house, and like for a tabletop game, and I was petting the cat, and then the cat was just rubbing her head in my arm, and I was like, oh my god, cats are perfect. Cats are amazing. So yeah. I also So yeah, that's the big life update. Other things that happened. I guess I should also give you a Hollow Knight update. I'm doing pretty good. I feel like after I beat the Mantis Lords, which I did. Like sometimes on my follow me on Instagram. That's where I send some of my Hollow Knight updates. Among other stuff. So basically, I beat a bunch of enemies. I managed to beat the Steel Master, so now I have the down dash. I beat the Dung Defender. I also went down to the Ancient Dazen. I unlocked the Resting Ground, so now I have the Dream Nail, which means I now collect the red coins. Again, naturally I also have access to the Royal Waterways, and I feel like the more I play this game, the more I'm developing an intuition to it. Like after, like, and I feel like defeating the Mantis Lords early actually really helped me. With like getting an intuition for the game. It's like, it's doing the harder thing, and then when I play games I'm like, oh, is this harder than Mantis Lords? And I'm like, oh, it probably isn't. Or like, it is still challenging, And my big and like my big achievement is defeating the Dung Defender on first try. And like still like it's a Souls-like Metroidvania thing in terms of like difficulty. So like you're gonna get a lot of L's, you're gonna lose a lot of the battles, but like I just accepted as part for the course. I also entered the Crystal Peak, which I visited, and Mila isn't okay anymore, and now I'm just upset because like if you go into the Crystal Peak early, you see she's fine, but like, and then you go back and you see, oh no, she has the orange eyes now. I'm not okay anymore. That's not okay. But you know what's even worse about like the Crystal Peak? It's not that, even though it's really devastating. It's not even the fact that like some of the platforming, I entered the end game already. I have no idea. I don't know if I'm rushing or not. I really have no idea where am I at the game. Like, but I entered Crystal Peak. It's like, let me explain to you, like, what happened is like I was in Crystal Peak because my friend wanted me to go there. And like again, the worst thing about Crystal Peak is the fucking lasers is what it is. The lasers suck. And those little flying guys that like launch things at you, yeah, they suck as well. I really feel like Game Record that like I don't know most of the things that are going on in the game. Like I haven't reached, or at least I know of them. I haven't reached the Beehive. I haven't even entered Deep Nest. I still have a lot of game to experience. I just like entered Resting Grounds on accident. Like the crossroads aren't even infected yet. I still have time. But yeah, after like encountering like the lasers in Crystal Peak, I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm going back to City of Tears. Only to realize that like City of Tears has the Red Knights, the big great Red Knights, and they hurt like a truck. They're also smarter, they have shields. I also think that some of their attacks like remove 2 masks, which is evil. And last time I picked up, I basically like I jumped up, I went into like a mob rush of like the knights, and apparently like there was at least 4 phases in it. And then my hand was cramping, so I was like, I'm gonna call it a day. And I haven't played any Hollow Knight today because Cat, among other reasons, but Cat is the cat is the biggest reason. Another gaming update is that I also got my Switch 2 for my birthday. So basically what I did is that like I transferred the data from my old Switch, and I have also bought and that was like a late birthday gift. So I managed to get Bonanza and Mario Kart World, and I haven't played Bonanza yet. I heard it's fun. My brother rushed me. He played it and he said it's a fun game, so I'm probably gonna sit down and play it eventually. But like with Mario Kart World, I played a few rounds. It's really fun. The music is excellent. Mike the Snare like has this really good video essay where he talks about why the soundtrack to Mario Kart World is the best soundtrack of the year, and honestly, I don't blame him. It's a really good time, and it's music, and I feel like I'm having a pretty decent time all around with Mario Kart World. But I do feel like I need to learn how to like focus the acceleration, or like maybe like play with auto acceleration, because even though it doesn't make me much of a true gamer, I think I like pressing the accelerate button most of the time, and I don't even know if it's like what I need to do. It really puts a lot of stress on my thumb, on my thumb, so it's just not good. But again, I don't think I'm trying to rush. The crossroads aren't infected and Mila is alive. Still alive. I think you just found a regular enemy. No, Mila is alive, but the crossroads aren't infected yet, and Mila is alive, but like she's But like she has the orange eyes and like she starts to sound weird. But she didn't try attacking me. So yeah, I'm really sad. I think it's really unfortunate. I also have Gigi now. I managed to like get enough Geo to buy the key to Gigi, so now I don't need to like I can just go back to Dirtmouth and just resummon my Shade if I feed him. Gigi has a really nice turban and he's really goofy funny. Again, I think like the way my friend describes Hollow Knight is a Souls-like, Dark Souls, but like with cute critters. And I think that's a pretty apt description, even though a fair amount of like the critters, the bugs are low-key terrifying, you know? For example, the worms in Royal Waterways, the ones that like split up into like smaller, that like split up, and then you need to like kill those other parts. They're not really cute. So yeah. Or maybe the maggots. Yeah, the maggots aren't cute. The maggots are enemy shaped. I don't even think that's a hot take. That's just like how they're designed. But yeah. So yeah, Hollow Knight is fun. I highly recommend it, you guys. I mean, you got. I really have a fun time playing with it, and I do feel like I'm doing a good job of I feel like I am getting the grip. I am getting good, which is very fun. So that's all the yappery for today. All the news, all the new things in my life, all the new cat in my life, who is very squeaky and very meowy and very precious. So yeah. We now return and we're gonna finish 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. But not before I get myself a bottle of water, which is important. So I'm gonna go get some hydration and then we'll get into it. So I'm gonna put back the music and then we'll continue. thank you for waiting. Sorry for the slightly long break. Oh my god, I see there's a couple of so there's a Persona champion event going on Twitter. And it really seems like people are being very normal about it. Personally, I don't really use X, but I respect people who still do. You guys truly have nerves of steel, and or like either you guys have nerves of steel or you just have Stockholm syndrome. Twitter. Yeah, sorry. I can't believe I new named. I should have dead named the app. I should have dead named the website. First you started streaming Xenoblade and I forgot how much uni is the best verb. I need to get around to like the Xenoblade sequels in general. So yeah. If Blue Sky had notifications, use it more, but having to manually check it means I don't. Oh. Yeah, I think that like Blue Sky being less active is both a blessing and a curse. It also has no algorithm because on one hand it's less pressuring, but on the other hand it's really hard to like get engagement. So there's a pro and a con here. But I think that like I really do enjoy. I feel like with Twitter, like even at the high point, I could only like stomach like 5 minutes of Twitter, and now, and with Blue Sky, I can like go for longer. I also feel like I have an easier time curating my timeline. You can also do it with X, but like I also feel like part of it is just me not knowing how to curate my website, my social media. In my late teens, I just felt like obligated to follow some people, and I feel like these days I just know, they're like, I don't need to follow people who piss me off, even like or like people who annoy me. Social media is not like a commitment. It's not really a cause. It's like you don't need to like surround yourself with like posts or like things that like make you upset. That's my commitment. That's my mindset with it. Even like with Instagram, I feel like the moment I just stopped watching Instagram stories, which is something I started doing because of like current events and even then, I have a way better experience with Instagram now these days, you know. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So previously on Zero Escape, we did the captain's quarters escape room. We found the body of like a third guy. I didn't even post. I just used Tumblr and Twitter. Blue Sky, so I can blog or tweet art. I like. Yeah, but like even like is another blogging experience. Yeah, sorry, I have a cucumber in my mouth. I got myself some water and some vegetables. So what we did is we did the captain's quarters, and after like a bit of a thing with Clover, we found out that Snake is not the dead guy. Snake is not the corpse in the second room, in the shower room, because Snake has an artificial arm, and his ulna is and like one of the big things about the corpse in the shower room is that his ulna is sticking out. And Clover was like, my brother doesn't have an ulna. He lost it a long time ago. And after that, we go back, we found the number 9 door, and Santa basically threatens, he pulls June by gunpoint, and he's like, okay guys, I'm gonna take Ace, Lotus, you come with me, the rest of you are just gonna stay here and rot. And then, thanks to doing the safe route beforehand, we managed to, like, get information we did not get in this timeline, specifically about how to open the coffin. So we did that. Obtained Snake. There was a very heartwarming reunion between the two siblings. We also did some theorizing, theory crafting, and now we think that, like, hey, isn't it weird how June and Santa always go in the same room? Maybe that's because June has the number 9 bracelet and Santa is 0. That could be. So we go into the archives, we do a bunch of puzzles, and now we are on to the finalists to this other section, which is in the bottom of the door. The door opened. The ship. The door opened. Also, we learned more about the previous Nonary game and its purposes. And Junpei and the others leapt through it. But no sooner had they done so than the clang of metal on metal rang out behind them. I'm still pretty it is still pretty I agree. I think it is a bit of a plot contrivance, which is not, unfortunately, something Uchikoshi isn't a stranger to. But, like, I think, like, in the good case scenarios, it's like the plot contrivances are kept to a minimum. But he does like to, like, contort characters for the purpose of the stream, of the... They spun around. The door they just come through had slammed shut. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled it with all his strength. Damn it! Looks like it locks automatically. Oh shit. Hold on. Is there any way out? Is there any other way out? Well, there's another door over there on the right. Then there's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, so I'm pretty sure it's locked too. But there is a card reader. There is a card reader, right? Yeah. Then perhaps if we found the keycard, we could open the door and leave. Well, yes, that might work, but... Hey, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card? Oh man. They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. What is this room? It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado has passed through, followed by a giant who has picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. And the final boss of this game, the second final boss technically, is a messy room. Junpei's heart fell. Clover and Seven looked though they were about to cry. Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I'd rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. I mean, Snake isn't bothered by this because he's blind. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. Right then, let's begin. So, fun fact, this is the only puzzle in 999 I couldn't solve by myself. Back when I first played it a couple of years ago. I can see some sort of big machine on the other side of this crap. What do we hear? Hey Junpei, isn't that a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen it before. Okay, this looks like it's gonna be relevant. There are piles of crap everywhere. This place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzle we've solved in other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Now Zero will shut himself in this room devise machines and puzzles need to see this plan come to fruition. Yeah, okay, so this is basically, this is the game's way of saying it's irrelevant. The biggest fans are for ventilation. Probably there to circulate air. There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. I wonder if any of the buttons do anything. Oh my god, is that like a is that? I have a feeling I know what this is. This is like an advanced hexadecimal magic square. This is like a this is a wombo combo. There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Ah, I see. So, whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. I'm just gonna make the all cells on the right and the bottom green.
Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. Do you want to take a look at it? Do you think it might have something to do with the puzzle?
It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There's a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. And just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. It really helped. This really helps. Everyone's doing their part. Yep, this is the hexadecimal. Ah, okay. There's a couple of things here. So L equals 21. So it's 15 plus 6. So we need it to equal 21, and here we want it to equal 10. And here we want it to be 21. Oh my god. I don't really know how this puzzle works though. This feels like a combination. Okay, let's see. So if I look at this, then all the fibers disappear if I press the middle. If I press here, then basically it absorbs everything back. But unfortunately we made the all green. D plus 6. D plus 6 plus 0 equals A. A equals 10. So I think the issue is that like D can't be here.
Junpei, you're so smart.
You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't have time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. It's a cross emblem. Metal plates shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Alright, to put the emblems of the 4 into that. We need more. We need one more emblem. Wait, what's Snake doing? No symbol is engraved just above each indentation. The upper left is a steering wheel symbol. Left right is the cross symbol. It's not red, no war crimes here. Yeah. Yeah. So we need all of them. We need to look for more puzzles, basically. The monitor is part of this machine. It's really dim though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Sorry for the chewing on this channel. I'll finish it now.
Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on here.
Oh, now I get it.
What do you mean?
I guess that's we weren't there, Clover, but I saw the puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here.
The same thing?
The important part is the nautical table we just found. I just have to match the directions of the compass to the lines on the nautical table. I use the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here.
Okay then, show me now.
Of course. We ought to run through the instructions. This probably works the same way as the steering wheel wheelhouse did. Okay. So it's south. To west. To southeast, I think. Yeah. Southeast. To northeast. To east. To north. To, is it east or west? It is east. I took the long direction. None of it matters. You just need to get it to where it needs to go. There we go.
Yay, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Knock it off. Yeah, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check it out, the right side of the monitor. It's kind of slid open. Something came out. Oh, yeah.
I heard a noise too. You know, the big box in the hall? I think it made a noise. Something unlocking, you know.
A noise, huh? So there was more than one noise, I see. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa. Now we got something on the screen, at least. Huh? What's this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out the Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code. Morse code. The dots look like dates from Morse code. There's 2 dots in the first line, 4 on the second, 1 on the last. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just have the buttons and enter a date. If I hold it, it will enter a dot. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, there is a I don't... Metal shuttle looks pretty sturdy. It's a black and yellow warning strip. Alright, let's open it. Oh, it's a coffin! That's pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. Coffin. Man, does someone think? Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be? I'm sorry, but what's going on? Why the hell are there so many coffins on this ship? I don't know. Hi, welcome to the stream, Gira.
It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it.
Right, I guess Clover and Snig don't know the story. And I can bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. Old ice. Ah, the two machines. Holy shit. Okay, let's open it, shall we? Look if you don't like it in your hand.
Okay, I got it.
Ready? I mean, the point is to throw people off the one actual thing people are looking for. Yeah. Ha! They can't open it. No luck, it doesn't seem to be ready to be opened.
Hey, Seven. You think you can open it up with your superhuman strength?
No,
What's wrong?
Everything all just passed, and I went okay.
What the heck?
Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's go around this room a little more, shall we? I'm just not sure what, two symbols, four symbols, and one symbol. One line has two spaces, the next four, and the last one only a single space. A 2, 4, and 1. Maybe the answer is red? Oh. Oh, A-L-L. Ah. Okay, I think I got it. But I need to look at the Morse code. It's... Okay, yeah, I just didn't notice the alphabets. It's ice. I see, it seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did he know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machines made. After all, it was trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved it, the puzzle. It sounded like something sliding open. Yeah, it's this. Oh shit, is the coffin unlocked now? Let's see. Let's open the coffin. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just the box. It's just the box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. This is gonna... This is going to be something horrible, and I just know it. Okay, okay, deep breaths. Here we go. Literally nada. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that.
What do you mean, nobody? Are you expecting someone to be in there?
It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in here. There is something in there, though. Well, something. What is that? Oh, we found a Neptune key. There are 2 things in the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we got a plate with the emblem on it, and...
The Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now I can get through the hallway. Am I correct?
Yeah, but we do need to get out of the room first, you know.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
I don't have any objections to that. Okay, so we have all the emblems, which means we can enter them into the computer. You know, this puzzle is really nice. It's just a callback to all the little things we did at the end of steering wheel, cross, circle, walkout pattern. Yeah, I got confused, okay?
I wonder if these are the rules.
Yeah.
Here, I'll read them for you. When you touch a numbered area, the area will be selected and it will turn blue. To indicate this, touching a numbered ball after selecting the area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button if you have moved all the areas except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in the area must match the number of that area. That's it.
I still don't really get it. Whatever. They say practice makes perfect. Let's make it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one, then you can make fun of me. So, digital root of 6, digital root of 3. Well, we actually know this one. It's 5, 6, 3, and 7. And then, well, we need to see what makes here the root of 6. In this case, it's 1, 2, 4. Ah, look. This combination will not open the door. What? Oh my god, hold on. 5, 6, 3, 7. It's 11, 14, 21. So I know this works. As for this one, it's... Eight, 4, it's 12. 12? There we go. We did it. Okay, that's it, right?
But nothing's happening.
There's still 3 more indentations left to be empty. I imagine something would happen when they all fill. Doesn't that seem likely? Yep, and we just happen to have the next one. I think it's cross, and then code, and then coffin. Okay, let's put the emblem of the cross. Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen.
This puzzle looks a whole lot like the last one.
Yeah, but there's one of those red balls you can't move.
The numbers for each area are different too.
Looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there. Worth 1,000 words. Isn't that a picture of 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying. Oh. Be gone, box. So, 1... It's 478. However... Hold on. There we go. I muted the tab. I remembered. Okay. 478 gives us 11. No, it doesn't give us the number I want. It gives us 2. Wait, no, but like, oh, because it's 7, 8. Oh, it's because they went through door number 2, didn't they? No. 4, 7, 8. Yeah, it does. It is supposed to put them in. Ah! Thank you so much for the follower. Jump scare. Angelina Bay. I just followed you next. So I think I need to remind you I think maybe I'll do it later, but I hope you stick around. Now it's door 7. 11. It's 11. 16. Yep, it worked. That's awesome, Junpei. There are only 2 left now. I can do it. Alright, I guess nothing happens if it... Oh my god. Junpei, you don't think maybe that's wrong? Yeah, I forgot. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the code. Follow for follow campaigns aren't really that useful. Yeah. That puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same though.
Don't you think we should double check it?
No, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this, don't think of anything clever, please. Don't strain yourself. Might hurt something. Ugh, shut up! Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Trying to be a smartass. Okay, so we need 2 combinations that give us a 7, and we can't use 3. Eight, 6, 2. This is pretty easy because we did some of these combinations in the game. Excellent work, Junpei. We only got 1 left. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's funny! He's blind! It's funny because he's blind, Chad. Did you get it? Did you get it? It's funny. It's funny because he's blind. Also, before we do this, I have to click on one of the funniest jokes. A pipe.
A pipe.
A pipe. I have 3 pipes here. Give me a P!
Give me an I!
Give me a P and an E! And he opened his eyes in this one. This is really funny. What's that spell? Pipe! What's the hell? What the hell are we doing? Yeah, I just needed to do this one before we finish. Let's see what happens when I put one of the coffins in the rotation. This is the 4th one. The puzzle looks a lot like the last coffin.
I think this is probably the last one.
Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, solve it in no time. 8 and 9, and we can't use 1, 3, 6, and 9. We can't choose any of these numbers. What the heck's going on? Sadly, Junpei is only interested in raiding ceilings, not pipes. Man, I just don't get this one at all. The rules are displayed on the screen. Maybe I should read it again? What are we supposed to do here? Yeah, we have, but we only have, 3 to 5 balls. How are we supposed to solve this puzzle if we only have 5 balls? I'm confused. America, explain. I just don't get this one at all. I literally cannot use any of these numbers. Oh my god, this game is really cheeky. Come on. Where did the noise come from? Underneath the keyboard?
Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions.
Damn, Junpei, good job. Hey, did you hear something just now? I think, yes, I heard this one as well. Bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. Oh, looky here. It's the images of the 4 masterminds. A picture. In the drawer back was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. On the right was a man with a mustache. The same man they'd found murdered in the captain's quarters. He'd been wearing the 0 bracelet when they found him. Second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the 9th man, the one who'd worn the bracelet number 4. It's Teruaki Kubota. He had gone into door 5 alone and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left. The man with the pin in the pinstripe suit. Oh man, that's Ace. Yeah, I guess it is. Number 9, not number 4. Okay, fine. I misspoke. Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Sun and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders. But what did it mean? What was Ace doing in that picture? Perhaps more importantly, why were the 9th man and Cap in it as well? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested they were close, or at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. You say Ace is in that picture? Yeah. It does look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger. Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture. Yeah. Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it. Literally, you literally cannot see it. It's funny. No, there's one more guy. He's got kind of long hair. He looks smart and a little cold. He's the only man I don't recognize. Snake knit his eyebrows. What's the date of the photograph? He doesn't have one. look in the back? Back. Yes, the reverse, the other side. Junpei flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake could be left in the dark. Man, the localizers knew what they were saying. He's gonna be left in the dark one way or another. Praying for the success of the Nonary project. Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Nonary project. Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido. Junpei really flipped the picture over. That meant the 4 men in the picture had run the Nonary game 9 years ago. Only Hongo had not been mentioned on the back, Junpei felt, which he had written those words himself. But what surprised Junpei was not this revelation, but the fact it felt nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious. Their true identities did not come as a surprise. What Junpei found the most surprising. But why then? Why wasn't he surprised? Junpei had just discovered that Ace had run the Nonary project, but well, some study shows blind people can still see light levels, like looking at the sun will have a dot in their vision, so I know. Okay, that's fair. I did not know that, but now I do. He felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. Of course. I understand now. Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look in the other man's face. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo. Ace was Hongo? Even as he asked, Junpei felt though as he'd already known. It was as if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course, Ace was Hongo. I had my suspicions from the very beginning. Their voices were familiar, too familiar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. You could be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
You didn't know that Ace was Hongo?
Oh yes, I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in a gigantic with us.
I know. That's why you didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that. Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice. Hey, Junpei, would I borrow that picture for a sec? He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed that picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself. I mean, I think in general why you didn't tell her in 9 years. Yeah, that's fair. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. His brow was furrowed and his face was blushed. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the room. And this is when his monitor computer this is when the computer and the monitor are gonna get connected. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, you hadn't been there with Junpei and Snake had spoken of them at the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them. Hey, Seven, I wonder if the ball puzzle is how the first nonary game went. It could be, actually. Yeah. Shut it! Which players went through which doors. Yeah, that's true. Just be quiet. His eyes were red and Junpei couldn't see the sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. I'm this close to remembering. This close. He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry. Pongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido, Cradle Pharmaceutical, Nonary Project. Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red line near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight. Shit. What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit. This is nuts. What's nuts? I remember.
Remember what?
Everything. Everything? Yeah. I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened here before I got snatched. Seven's voice was filled with excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place along with Snake and Clover. Let me tell you what happened. Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak. Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. On the right, the other three are Musashido, Nijisaki, Kubota. Musashido was a man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments. Realization began to dawn on Junpei along with a pressing question. How do you know all of this? Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back. No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all of this stuff in the first place before you forgot it. Seven rubbed the scar on his chin. You really want to know? Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them. It's gonna take a while. It'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright? Short version, huh? The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on. Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot, no promises though. Junpei Clover nodded earnestly. Sound was a lone wolf detective who valued his own code over the rules, doing what was right over doing what you were told. And that was why, on that fateful day, he'd gone with his gut and gone to the wharf at the night of when the slim lead. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been dark and cold and foreboding. At the time, he'd been investigating a spate of kidnappings, all of them children. They'd all had one thing in common, a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital had been under the management of the Cradle Pharmaceutical, and Seven's investigation had turned up evidence that the Cradle has been involved in kidnappings. After a little persuasion, he managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle Pharmaceutical. They told him that that night, a ship was set to take the children from where they were to being held to a large passenger liner docked offshore. Seven had of course gone to the wharf. Hidden in the shadow, he'd searched the harbor until at last he found the ship he was looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carrying. There could be no mistake. They were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized what he was going to do. He was going to. Out of the shadows, his gun was already in hand. He heard the words, "Don't move," but they weren't his. He felt no touch to the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came a cold voice from behind him. "I could kill you right now. It wouldn't mean nothing at all. I don't need time. I need only tie an anchor to your feet without anyone will see you for perhaps a week or so. Is that what you like? The fisher would be thankful for the meal." With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him pressed against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun to the ground. And suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Ah, damn it! Shit, my head hurts. Sam woke up to find himself lying on the hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? There was a small, shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place that Seven had seen all too often. Opposite the toilet was a door set to the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled towards it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open. Well, that was what about he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone put him in the cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it. Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back towards the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long while. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last he began to nod off, and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. There's over, it's 9! The voice was far away. Very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes were shot open. Oh, here! King! He listened. He could pick up several different, distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around at the room fanatically. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. What? Ow! It was coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. And now, Seven is gonna practice venting. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything, but it was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there would be no doubt this was the sort of voices. For a moment he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship could take the kidnapped children to a wharf. to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was 7 on a passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he'd find a way to the children. 7 pointed to look at the metal grate. Could he fit through the hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. And he did it through brute force. Yeah, how'd you like that, you son of a bitch? The dark Slayer sat down before him. 7 wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duct was small. First section of 7 could do a little more than wriggle around along his belly. After a time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as 7 was able to crawl with his hands and knees. He felt like he'd grown from an inchworm to an insect. Not much of an improvement, but that was better than nothing. He began to wonder where the duck would take him when... There was a thunderous sound like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm which it spoke made it even more terrifying. Sam wasn't sure what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Then, almost as if to confirm his suspicions, he heard a chorus of young voices. No! Help me! Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixing one another to create a single horrifying howl. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Sam began to crawl along the duct as fast as his arms and legs could carry him. The noisy man was tremendous, but he was long past carrying. A few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. 7 could hear the screams of the children from the side of it. That was it. He grabbed hold of the handle and threw the door open. The metal gave away easily before his onslaught. Now, what the hell is this place? What the hell is this place? The room he was looking out into had a dome for a ceiling, and 9 equally large-sized walls. At the top of the dome was an upside-down funnel. It looked almost like a chimney. Then he looked down. There they were. The children he'd been looking for. They stared up at 7, their cries silenced, for a moment by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or 7 couldn't tell. It was certainly possible that they were frightened of both. Not that I could blame them running into a mug like this when you're already scared shitless. He permitted himself a short snort of laugh and then turned the children on again. Hey look, the 4 relevant children, yeah. Don't worry kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. Not a single one of them moved, except for one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform. Who the hell are you? As he spoke, he took a tentative step forward and Junpei gave 7 a suspicious look. You know that face. It's Ali! I'm a detective, I'm here to rescue you! The moment the words were out of his mouth, he could see the children relax. How are you gonna help us? The boy in the uniform asked. Where's the exit? 7 responded. There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open. And the door over there's... He cut himself off, considering something, and then continued. Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death. Burned to death. Can't you hear it? The voice in the incinerator is gonna start up soon. The voice spoke again. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. Seven looked at the children. It was a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There was no way he could pull the children up. There was an idea. That's when he had an idea. Walk right there. I'm gonna be right back. What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here? Seven did his best to smile at what he felt was a reassuring smile. Don't worry, alright? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? He didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. He ran as fast as the man could get on them hands and knees. Before long, he was back in the cell. He was back there when he started, but he had a plan. It was something that he needed. As soon as he finished, he dove back to the duct and took off towards the incinerator. Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. Leaning out the door of the duct, Seven lowered the rope he'd brought into the floor of the incinerator. Back in the cell, he torn out the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. You know, Seven is impressive. Like, he speedran the shit out of, like, crafting the rope and going back. Like, Seven himself, it wasn't very attractive, but he got the job done. Alright, just tie it around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time. Huh? Wait a sec. That's when he noticed. There are more of you than before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered. I let them go ahead. We opened the number 9 door and then they left. What? You're telling me you opened that door? That's what I said. Then what the hell are you doing here? We couldn't go with them. Why not? Look, the only people who can go through the number door. Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes. The voice reverberated against the walls of the room. Look, that can wait, alright? Just get us out of here. Right. Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket. A jacket who said he'd climb up on his own. Wait, was it Snake? Or is it Santa? Last was the boy in uniform. Oh wow, so Snake was like, I'm gonna climb on my own. I like how Snake is very proud of his athleticism. I mean, this boy was in the jacket, he climbed the rope himself. He looked scrawny from above, but his looks belied impressive strength. Belied, he scaled the rope quickly, but as he was almost up to 7, they heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned to the door. Cut into it was a thick square window. We're gonna get a jump scare, by the way. On the other side, they could see a furious face. God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids? The door opened, and a man stepped in, looking half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during this investigation. The man's name was Genta Ruhongo. He looked mad in the last one. In this one, he looks more angry. CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Ah! He roared like an animal and lunged for the rope. I'm gonna take another sippy. We know that face. Hurry! I know! The boy in the uniform resumed to scramble up the rope. We don't know the bracelet numbers in the first game's class, but if there were 4 red balls you couldn't select and 4 kids left in the incinerator and attempted to be rescued by ice. 7. Yeah, so it's probably all the... That's probably the guess. Son of a bitch! Get back, you little shit! He was 15 feet away. 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, 7 grabbed the boy in uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him. Gah! No! Hongo had lost any semblance of control. His face no longer looked human. Still wondering if the puzzle in the room is tied to the first game and not too soon. I think that's a really nice headcanon. His face no longer human. It was twisted into something terrifying. The visage of a devil or a ferocious monster. Min 7 quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo on the floor, and crawled back into the duct. You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment? What experiment? I wondered. And 9 was always red, and Akane has 9 in this game. Maybe Akane was 9 in the first game too. Yeah, it could be. Automatic incineration will take place in 1 minute. Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up! It was the boy in the uniform. 7 tossed Hongo a taunting salute and pulled the door closed. Absolutely. You know, 7 can be cringe, but he can also be a Chad. Which is better than Ace, who is always cringe. There was no point going back to 7's cell, but so they continued down the duct in the other direction. After 30 feet or so, another duct met theirs, heading down. They nodded to one another to return, and then turned and slid down the duct. A short time later, they crawled out of the duct to find themselves in a narrow hallway. There was a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the other one to the right has a familiar thick mill door with black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read incinerator. Then that's where they were. Yeah. Hongo must still be there. It looks like it's been shut off though. Wait, what? If he's still in there? Yeah, it's not good. Ugh. Someone grunted. Fine, the other door! Go into the other door, hurry! The children began to run with 7 following close behind them. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! 7 shouted. They didn't need to be told twice. Up and up they went, and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps, and their arms churned in the air. Round and round they went, like a human tornado. The stairway kept going. They passed a couple of rooms that looked to be dance halls when the boy in uniform spoke. Something's up. Akane's not catching up with us. Akane. Notification. Was there a notification? I didn't hear anyone. I didn't hear any notification. My kid sister. The girl with the red necktie. That was strange. Someone remembers seeing the name in the list of children who's gone missing. Hey! Akane! He cupped his eyes and mouth and yelled. There was no response. Maybe we outran her? Suddenly the boy in uniform stopped short. 7 stopped too, and as the boy in the jacket and the ponytailed girl. When did we do that? Fine, crazy. He'd let her be the last in line. Yeah. I don't know if he had much time to think, to be honest. Well, we passed a couple of big rooms on the way here. Maybe you should go rest on them. No, that's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look from her downstairs. He turned to go. Hey! Kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait! The boy didn't even seem to hear him. Fuck! Seven stepped around, yelled to the boy and Jack and the girl in ponytail. I probably regrets that choice for the rest of his life. Yeah. I'm going after him. You two, keep going, alright? You got it? The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however, I'm going with you. Seven didn't have the time to argue. Instead, he simply nodded and took up the stairs. But you know, I feel the real Chad is Snake. Snake is a Chad all the way down. The boy in the jacket followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found. Light as a goat. Yeah, absolutely goated. God damn it, where the hell did she go? The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration. Help me!
Help me! Somebody help me!
It was a girl's voice. Akane! The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt the hallway that faced the incinerator. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed. Seven couldn't believe what he saw. Mongo had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator. Come on, goddammit! Move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go! Please, let go of me!
She had planted her feet squarely in the floor and she was doing her best to get away. But Hongo was much larger than she was. She wasn't going to win. Akane! The boy in the uniform shouted. He roared with anger and charged towards Hongo. You came back! Ha! You're too late, idiot! Hongo lifted Akane from her feet and threw her, struggling into the incinerator. Ah! Before Seven or the boy in uniform could react, Hongo leapt through the door after her. They saw him land inside. And then the door slammed shut, with the finality of a great steel guillotine. The three of them ran to the door. Yeah, absolute scumfuck bastard. They pulled and strained, trying desperately to get it open. Ah! Fuck, it's no use. The goddamn thing won't move an inch. The boy in the uniform cried out and began to slam his fists on the door. It hit it with such light force. Seven feared for knuckles that would shatter him. Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
Help me!
Her voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror of it was unmistakable. What should I do? I think...
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What? Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Are you fucking kidding me? Seven was at a loss. It's the same damn thing. Are you in?
Are you there?
Akane's voice sounded close to tears. Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're going to figure out a way to save you. If you could have seen the bloodless face of the boy in uniform, his words would have seemed more like a sick joke. Automatic incineration take place in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me! I'm really scared. I want to die! Please, I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. This is some kind of sick joke. Dimitri, Fire Emblem. My favorite. I'll figure something out, I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise! You can hear muffled sobs from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fist. His knuckles were both bloodless white. Seven could tell he was holding back tears of his own. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted from the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue. What happened then? Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor. Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I wanna remember that? Then, yeah. Shit, if I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I'd remembered. Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know. Hey, are you sure? Huh? Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl Akane really... Seven stared straight at nothing. Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended. And we heard something burning. Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. Seven and the boy in the jacket simply stood where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A few more minutes passed. The door opened. This is pretty dark. The boy in uniform ran, stumbling over his feet. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. The air shimmered with heat, and in the middle of the room, beneath the waves of heat, there it lay. The boy in uniform walked toward it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but the boy looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. Yep. The boy collapsed on his knees, his legs no longer being able to support him. Junpei felt a cold, long form in the pit of his stomach. You know, I forgot about, like, I forgot about, like, how... Like... I like how, like, this game, which had a lot of, visceral gore descriptions, didn't describe the violence inflicted upon him. Like, how, Akane's corpse looked. Your AOE screen isn't as good as your Simon voice acting. Okay, I don't know. Listen, I have some people in the house. I can do it again, but it's like, yeah, it's like I have people in the house, and I was like fake screaming. It's fine. Yeah, but like I think that like with my Simon voice acting, I really reached my peak. It definitely was one of my stronger voice acting moments in the history of this channel. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him, and he could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know if the answer he feared he already knew, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Can I ask you one more thing? What? The girl, Akane. Was her last name... What does it matter to you? Just tell me, okay? Please. Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. Akane Kurashiki. Yep, the big dramatic piano noise. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. It was just a shell of flesh and bone. Fuck you, Seven. I also felt the urge to wet my lips after that dialogue. Yeah, it's pretty devastating is what's happened here. Seven turned to Snake. There that day, weren't you? June is wearing someone wearing a skin suit. Yeah. I like one of the biggest unexplained things in the game, even though it's explained, it's like I think they really do clarify the theory, like in VLR, is how Akane managed to exist simultaneously, but I'm not gonna go into it just yet. We still have some game to finish. Talking in a jacket, that was you, wasn't it? Yes, I was. You are correct, detective. Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I do wonder if Flight Snakes knew Seven was a detective the whole time and based on his voice. Could be. But again, Zero knew that I think that like Zero knew that Seven had to be nerfed. It wasn't even a question of if. It was a question of when. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago. So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right? Of course not. Seven had I meant Snake. Seven as well. Seven's nerf was amnesia. Get your name straight, Hale. Okay, they both begin with S, but fair. Hey, come on. You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot. I was in Nevada and building Q. I did hear the detective rescued kids on a boat, but... I didn't know it was you. I don't think that Zero did the amnesia, though. I wonder who did the amnesia, though. Drop your theories in the comments below. Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Someone regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I guess I believe you. Clover nodded. Alright, let me ask you another question. He stuck his hands into his pockets. We also don't know when he got it. Yeah, that's true. Then he stopped and turned his face again. Santa's real name is Ali Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes, I know Ali Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa, at least not from the beginning. Yeah, they did nerf him. Yeah. We also don't know when he got, that's fair. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of his puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi. Why didn't you figure it out? A short time ago, Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. When she told me that, I had a feeling. Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother. That spark caught a flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thought began to coalesce in the mind, cutting faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back. Still a lot we don't know. But there is one thing we can easily know. Say we know. What's that? The body was found in the shower and had to be Nijisaki and dressed up to look like Snake. Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure it out already? Hey, go easy on me, man. Amnesia was due to two possible outcomes, thus his memories are like Akane Kurashiki as a Schrodinger cat. Yeah, I wanted to bring it up, like, when it was relevant, but yeah, Akane is probably, the reason why Akane exists and doesn't exist right now is because of Schrodinger's cat situation. She's not even a ghost because everyone else is acknowledging her. Give me some slack. Lotus is a bootstrap paradox. What's a bootstrap paradox again? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up. That was murder too. So why did these murders take place? Junpei is correct that the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's. That means all the people who were murdered were involved in the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki Hongo's assistant. Musashiro, the man who financed the project.
I mean, this was all just revenge. Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. A causal loop, also known as a bootstrap paradox, information loop, information paradox, ontological paradox, occurs when any event, such as an action, information, or object, or a person, ultimately causes itself, a consequence of either retro-causality or time travel. You mean it's basically how Lotus knew certain information? Is that it? The Song of Storms is, what's, OOT? In fact, Junpei didn't wish, he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt Santa killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was suddenly driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and even began to accept it. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, right? Pretty sure I don't have to tell you. Ocarina of Time. Ah! I didn't know the abbreviation. I know what Ocarina of Time is. Sorry. Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. DM's the Lotus situation. Yeah, thank you. The person planned an ownery project. In other words, Ace. There was a moment of silence. And the room shook. From far away, they heard a sudden rush of water. Whoa, what the hell is going on here? It must be 6 a.m. Well, time is up. Shit! Come on! We need to get out of here! How? In the drawer that held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it. I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go! And we have key card 0. Key card 0 in the middle of it. 0, 0. God damn it. 0's just screaming with us, isn't he? I see, okay. Alright, let's just swipe this card. You know, this puzzle, I don't even remember what part it was stumped in, like, when I first played this game. It's a little, now I'm... It's unlocked! Yeah, now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go! Alright, let's go. And we solved the final escape room. The door opened and they stumbled into the library. The shaking had stopped, but they knew the danger hasn't passed. They ran across the hallway straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was a Uranus card reader. They slid the key card through and the door rumbled open. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached for his pocket to pull out the key as he ran towards it. The key pulled into the lock was the Neptune key. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great middle door. Above it was a metal plate. It read incinerator. This is an incinerator. This is the first time I've seen this type, but yeah, I think so. There ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, right here. Junpei ran up to it. Pull that and the door should open. Got it! As he spoke, he pulled the lever. Let's see what's inside. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. As soon as the door opened, it opened far enough to admit all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were the four people they parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. I'm gonna make you guys guess what position Ace and Lotus are gonna be in when we cut to them. Do you have your guesses? Santa was curled up in a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What had happened? Junpei ran towards June. He skidded to stop in front of her and knelt down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, you could barely hear her.
Junpei, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over. Junpei could feel his heart breaking. Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. Just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa grimaced, his face contorting in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him. Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hiding it somewhere? Ugh. Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips and Seven shook him. I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun. What? Who took it? Is it obvious? I took the gun. To those of you who were guessing that Ace was gonna point the gun at Lotus, you are correct. That's the only equation that's happening there. Ace plus gun plus Lotus equals this. Ace! He did indeed have a revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead. I mean, he needs 8 to add to his 9, to his 1 to make a 9. I know, but like, it's the fact that it's also gun. That makes me laugh. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up, the gun pressed on her. They seemed desperately to want to say something. What the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Maybe I ought to say Gentarungo of the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical? Seven's deep baritone shook the walls. Ace sneered. You got me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you begin to understand my pain? What pain? You fucking threw a child into an incinerator. With the pain of prosopagnosia, right? Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least, it was trying to be. Another entertaining instant. And he didn't. What do you mean, and he didn't? Ace threw Akane into the incinerator. I'm sorry. I mixed up my names. They didn't even find a cure for the fucking illness. Yeah. Another returning insect. And how do you know that? Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery. No matter. You don't want to answer. It makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go. Yeah, he just killed children because fuck it. And like to find out like mind control, if mind control is a thing that can work. Before Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in a small indentation on the wall. Guys, only Ace is allowed to be disabled. That's the vibe he's giving me. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. He baked and forced Lotus's hand on it as well. At least her sacrifice could have cured an illness and he could kind of justify the ends for the means, but he failed and seemingly gave up. Yeah. Absolute fucking loser behavior. Then at last, he reached for the jacket of his pocket and pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. Oh, it's the number 9 bracelet. It had belonged to the first man to die, Kubota. I believe I won this game. The smirk made Junpei's blood boil. I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose. Wait, something about the way he'd spoken. Did Ace not know who Zero was? Junpei's eyes flickered towards Sanda. He hadn't moved since they entered the room. Sanda was still holding his stomach and groaning as in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. What the hell did Santa have up his sleeve this time? At any rate, the game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait! Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the bed. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. It didn't work! What? Why isn't it opening? Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion, managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... Oof! Oh no! At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and his own bracelet as well. Oh, is it because he's a 6? He pulled the lever a second time. Hi, I just got back here. Ace was just being Ace, is what you missed. No! What is this? Why? Literal root should be 9. It has to be 9. And why? Why isn't it opening? Hell, you know why I would hope? For faith, love, and luck? Ace's fury and confusion have overridden all of her thoughts. This is like one of their most famous moments. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose the moment to act. He moved far faster than any man of his bulk should have been able to and launched the bulk straight to Ace. I did the scream now. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto the side, groaning in pain. Do the roar. Rah! Ugh. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei in between herself and Ace. That was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven. Don't mention it. Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in his cell, we've got to have a little chat. Seven Lotus even being cordial. Yeah, that's cute. 9 years ago. You must be... Yeah, you finally figure it out? Dumbass. Yeah. I think that Ace is also the dumbest character in there. He just constantly relied on other people to, like, solve the puzzles. He only acts smart. Junpei walked towards him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face. Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you? Wait, Nijisaki? He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. Oh, right. You don't know yet. Alright, we'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. But nothing's stopping me from making your life a living hell in a few hours we go into the cell. Yeah. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go to door 5 below. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figured it is that you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 was a bit dangerous. Whoever had the number 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. You could add 9 to any number and the digital root wouldn't change. In other words, number 9 could do whatever they wanted. Two. Ace also wanted to have a number 9 bracelet himself, so that he would make use of his power. In fact, he later made use of it to murder Nijisaki. 3. Even his number has been different, Kubota presented a problem for Ace. Kubota has known Ace's past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. Before he told anyone, Ace had to silence him. 4. Last, and perhaps more disturbing, Ace has used Kubota for a test. He wanted to know how serious the Nonary game was. Was it life or death, or simply a harmless prank? He convinced Kubota to break the rules so that he might see what happened. So he killed Kubota. He was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for their missing part for the red, you ran into Nijisaki in the big hospital room. However, because of your curse of nausea, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake. No, that's not. It was Nijisaki. Why? How did... I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was a blind kid. This presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Perhaps he was working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when he decided to kill. He ought to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. He just waited over the red. I verified your number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner. That's when the door opened and you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead. You mean to say Snake is still alive? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing our wrong man, but I can't say I know that you want to kill me. I can't say I like knowing that you want me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much. I wouldn't let you. Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued. Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, we came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said? Oh, a pocket watch. Why'd I take a look at it? I handed you the pocket watch and you left the room. Oh, that's how you did it. Ace had been in charge of the Nonary project. He would, of course, have known the solution to every puzzle. It followed then that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All Ace had to do was place his pocket in the watch and the indentation of the door to unlock it. But the door open, he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Next to him was an axe that fairly begged Snake to kill Musashido with it. He picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. Afterwards, Ace returned to the charge room as nothing had happened. There was something I want to speak of with you, Junpei. Would you come with me for a moment? No reason not to. Junpei had fallen the wheelhouse. When they reached the wheelhouse, Ace slipped his hand into Junpei's vest. He pulled out a piece of paper, the piece of paper that Junpei has used to cheat during the vote. But it wasn't a piece of paper that Ace was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. It wasn't a very good plan, it had far too many flaws, and the wrong board could discover it could have easily toppled it. Yeah, see, he's a fucking dumbass. What made Ace so desperate? That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. And Sashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it, but why? Because of this. Slowly, Ace reached out and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. Junpei took it and opened it. This was what it said. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by the camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you've confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. Decision is yours. Do as you please. 0. When I awoke in that room indeed, I found that in my pocket. Ah! That was why I chose one to be voted. How to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. That was a plan. Fortunately for me, you got it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice. You meant to kill him from the beginning, then. Sashido, I mean. I only knew Sashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only awoken from sedation, as both Nijisaki was much in the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you were correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness. Ace had confessed to everything. What energy he had left with him was the truth, and he sagged to his knees. Although he had confessed his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly. Ace, you've even figured it out, haven't you? You are being manipulated. Yes, so it would seem. I was a little more than a puppet in many ways. Everywhere when everything was already prepared. The reds in the large hospital room were dismantled, and Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Sashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen for such a simple trap. It's because you're stupid! I'm quite ashamed of myself. Dumb fucking bitch. Ass. Evil devil man. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. He did everything he wanted me to do. Yeah. By manipulating Zero, Zero is able to kill 3 people and keep the blood of his own hands. All this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Well, he straight up mentioned that the 9th man, Santa, didn't do anything to the setup. Yeah. He wasn't all manipulated. He could have left him. Am I right? Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any... Ain't no point in trying to play dumb anymore, Sanda. Actually, I guess I should call you Ali Kuroshiki, huh? Someone's face was as sad as he spoke. My memory came back, kid. You're Ali Kuroshiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, huh? After all, the person who planned a nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero was you. Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Santa's smile was wide and sarcastic and something else. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it, then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kuroshiki. I was one of the kids in a nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out, so did Snake over there. But there's one thing. No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero. What? Wait, what? Sure, I was helping Zero, but I'm really more of an assistant. Like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders. Then, if you're not Zero, who is? Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why the nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game. To save someone. Save someone? Right. We were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane. What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kuroshiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there, I saw... Suddenly Seven froze. His eyes went wide as dinner plates and he spun around towards June. Junpei followed his gaze. She was gone. Where had June been? There was nothing. What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kuroshiki? Seven began to mull to himself, a strange series of words strung together as his mind was in function together. Even if he's not Zero, I still think it's safe to see Sanem as more of a villain of 999, with Ace, of course. More than the actual mastermind. Yeah. That's fair. His face was twisted with effort, as though he was struggling with something he couldn't see. Zero was a necessary evil. Sanda is the necessary evil, and the unnecessary evil is Ace. Yeah, Sanda's great. My head. Feels like it's gonna pop. He groaned and fell to his knees. Seven! What the hell is going on? I don't know. I swear. Oh god, my fellow, it feels like it's about to explode. From somewhere for a while, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured. What was the nonary project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was the phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the presence of a physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. But human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information. That was the experiment. That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was a gigantic and the other one was a building in Nevada called Building Q. Building Q had been built to replicate exactly the interior of Gigantic. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones in a Gigantic. They were told to send the answers into dimorphic field sets and transmit them to their brothers and sisters in a Gigantic. Transmitters were put in Building Q and the receivers were put in Gigantic. Each pair was supposed to be split. But there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q, however, for some reason she was placed in a Gigantic with her receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up in that Gigantic. think I told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei. Where is this going? Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it? Well, that's... The answer to that was easy. He knew because I knew. Ladies and gentlemen, and others. Fellows... Oh my fucking god, I had a bug on me! I'm fine. Listen, I was, like, I had something and suddenly something climbed on me and it was a bug. There's a literal beetle climbed at me. I think I also broke its chest. Yeah, Sharma is right here. Yeah, Sharma teleported into real life and climbed on me. The culprit. You guys can clip it. Right. And now we're gonna go into peak. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent him through my morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternative futures then? Imagine a river that splits into like an upside-down Y. The river flows the top of the bottom from a single stream into two branches. Only flows in one direction, it can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from past to future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. See, Crooked and Cradled is the Crane Wives song. I'll listen to it later. I like the Crane Wives. Yeah, the bug is still alive. I think I'm just gonna... Just a fucking weird-ass beetle. Buddy, I'm... Shoot. Yeah. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to collect knowledge from the future. I know what happens in either fork of the river. Is it the one that pops its spine to flip itself? I am not an entomologist, so I have no clue. It looks like a beetle, though, now. Who am I? I am I. The 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say that I am less than 0. 0 is my future. Yeah, this is the peak. This is when the game destroys your brain with how genius it is. In 9 years, I will be 0. Oh, where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did he go? Santa! Why is Clover? Oh shit. Freeze. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder what if how he likes having a gun to his head. Get up. Sure. Isn't this about to take the gun? It sure isn't about to take the gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up some kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either. But he just looks drained. Yeah, it's not a click beetle. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but... What's your plan, Santa? What are you doing? He can't get through the number of doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a... it's time for me to make a wish come true. That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. Yeah, they just didn't leave through door Q. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Yeah, best brother. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if the door still opens. Damn, well, looks like the door isn't opening anytime soon. You mean we're trapped? So it would seem. What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what? Have you considered where we are? There could be really one thing Santa would do now. No. No, you can't be serious. Oh, but he is. Shit, we gotta do something. We can still get out of here through door 9. Okay, so there's 5 people around here. It's 8. Digital root is 8. There's the red. If you guys know what this means, no spoilers in the chat, okay? This is a spoiler. Alright, we can do this. I just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. 5 of us can't open the door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. What? Is there a combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Never again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations, a lot of them. Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez. What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that. Alright, at least 7's got it away from her. Maybe I can now get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. No combination. Only one of them. Shit. And there's no other way. Lotus. Looks like she's figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel. It's okay. Go. Lotus. Come on, you know we can't do that. Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me. God damn it, you idiot. Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she's expected about as much as I did. Yeah, they came so far. They really respect each other. Without a... You're not... Well, it'd be bad, right? For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence. Bad? Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job. Huh? Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story. 7. He's right, I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You don't only think I abandoned you, did you? You're all idiots. Act as tough all you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry. That being said, however, I doubt we'd be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I just remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier with the red. Oh yeah. No! What is this? Why? The digital brute should be 9. It has to be 9. And why? Why isn't it opening? Just to see. Why don't we give it a shot? Give it a shot. Yeah, that. That is what I said. Yep, this is not the number 9 door.
You were right.
It ain't opening. But it did open 9 years ago. Digital group was 9 then, I'm sure of it. You think maybe they changed the settings? Perhaps. Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we can get to that whole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. By the way, notice how the narrator is quiet. All we can do now is stand here and stare at the door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. Okay, so this is the cool thing here. So everything in the from the narrator's POV is gonna be in the bottom, and everything else is gonna be in, and everything from the Junpei is gonna be in the top. Yeah, it's great. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries or fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Yep, the narrator is biased and unreliable. Through the morphic field sets, we were resonant. And we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow, I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can't think of it as two movies showing in the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, I concentrated and was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me. Come on, over here! That was my brother, Aoi. Aoi, he was screaming. I followed him. Are you connecting the dots, chat? Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. Come on, hurry up! We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just then when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Hello, everyone. Yes, could you come over here for a moment? He was older than most of us, but his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down and we gathered around him. I have a little sister. She's very important to me. Right now, she's over at Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover and today is her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something out of his pocket. Oh my fucking god, I forgot about the Clover! I forgot about the leaf language! I forgot it! There's a scene here! In his hand, there were 9 4-leaf clovers. I was going to give this to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is very difficult. Yeah, listen, it's been years since I last played the game. Forgive me for forgetting about the minutiae. When My sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that he would show her how much I cared for her. Since their 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Each one of you has a brother with a sister when building Hugh with clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get out of this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things we have to remember. We need to trust and love so we have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Snake is the Chad. Snake is the goat. He's so goated. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So, if you believe what I told you and you understand, then I want each of you to have one of these. They're a promise between friends. He gave clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. Yeah, I don't forgive them either. Uchikoshi, you could have... We didn't need them there. He had one last thing to say. Now don't ever forget. So long as you have, we will always be connected. Do you understand? When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them. We found them in a chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, the room had another number 9, but this time, it was only 1. But there was only 1 door. That meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad already, Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother always swallowed hard and answered. I think it means this room's gonna burn. Burn? The plaques on the door said incinerators. And that voice said it was the incineration about to start. And incinerate means to burn. No! Help me! Abject terror filled the room and everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes was filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightened mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we'll call him 7. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled up through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down the hall. We came out the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite to the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother, Aoi, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through number 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized. Oh no, where is it?
Did I drop Junpei's present?
I knew he'd been with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it when we slid out? I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room was connected to the other areas of the ship. Man, poor 11-year-old. And in the shadows, moments later, I felt a wind as they ran past me up the staircase. Man, Akane. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. Now I always go back and forth if the voodoo doll actually worked or not, if it's one of the forms of magic of the series that wasn't real. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran the hallway and looked around fanatically. Man, I forgot about Akane going back for the doll. A lot of things I forgot about. She came back because she wanted to give Junpei a gift. That's... Oh, that's so sad. It's like... Poor... Like, she was being a kid, and it's like... There it is! It was just as I thought it would be. Sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs in freedom... The door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later. We would call him Ace. Oh, how wonderful to see you decided to come back. He smiled, made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone simply pulled up the corners of his mouth. Come with me. We must continue the experiment. I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. I stepped. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist. I said, come with me! There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please let go of me.
I shook my body and laid my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo. Stop straggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you! He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Ali burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. Akane! He cried my name again as he left toward Hongo. You came back!
You came back!
I cried out. You're too late, idiot! Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator.
Ah!
No, that was not a very appropriate scream. It was like,
Ah!
No, man, my scream game is really bad today, I'm sorry. Ah, right, it's the going away gift. I forgot. I thought it was her going away gift. I feel stupid. Hongo stood between me but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glared at me mechanically, his face registering there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel.
2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen and tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me, as though I was nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the double door slid shut as well. Faintly could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and to run toward the door with the 9.
Hakane! Hakane! Are you okay? I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. In Ace's smallest defense, he did give her 2 extra bracelets to escape by herself. Yeah. The guy's still pretty fucking vile. A worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lowly and around the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? Went out the other door. What? Then it started again. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Holy shit! And now we're back to the present. That's so cool. I knew it was gonna say that, but this is one hell of a creepy voice. I knew it. It's starting. Santa started incinerator. Fuck! And I never got to hear a damn voice. I thought I'd never hear that damn voice again after 9 years. What the hell? What the hell? And you're on the emulator, so you can actually do the final puzzle. I mean, I can do it. I can also do the final puzzle like with a Oh, yeah, never mind. I don't know what happens like in the port, but yeah, we're doing the puzzle. It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiment. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense. I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise I'll tell you everything once we get out of here. But... Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes. You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. Well, god damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want, but you have to do something for me. 7. Figure this out. What? Why me? Just shut up and stop that thing. How the hell? Yeah, the woman of all time. There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button. There isn't anything like that. How the hell do you know? Because I looked for it 9 years. 9 years ago. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it but... What the hell is that? What else could I say but... What is that? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it.
I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as I took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face, staring at me back from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. This right here, chat, this is Kino. This is why gaming is a medium of art. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Hey, move! Gah! Now we're all tense, lady. But that doesn't mean you get to shove people around. Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. This is bad. This is really bad. There's nothing on here. How are we supposed to do anything with it? Sure, just push buttons. I'm sure it'll... Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though? What is this? What the hell? Looks like some sort of puzzle. It's got a bunch of numbers scattered across a 9x9 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 9. Do you think this is how we solve that if we solve this puzzle, the incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right? All right, puzzle. How do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Automatic incineration will take place in 13 minutes. Shit, 13 minutes. Can I really do it? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart pounding felt like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Junpei had gone on for quite a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I sat there at the screen completely lost. My cheeks felt as hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing? It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window of the entry was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me? Wow, this is such a fucked up little illustration. Aw, don't you know what to do? He was yelling, his voice was still muffled. It's simple, really, but I suppose one might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine. Is it? Yeah, it is just Sudoku. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore in my heart the claws of the vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears. You're a terrible person! I hate you! Oh my, how could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. Too bad Akane was poor and never learned how to play Sudoku. I'm quite fair. I don't use drakes or play dirty. I mean... No, you don't. Besides, it's not just Sudoku. You see, we even left you a way out. A way out? Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve the puzzle. Do that and you can stop the incinerator. What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me, make me do this all over again. I'm not going to listen to you. You're just going to throw me back in here. I might as well just die now. My goodness. Oh my god, hold on, I need to close the door. My goodness. Haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you I'm a fair man. If you solve this puzzle, the verification of the red will in turn activate.
This experiment is to deliver valid results. There must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape. The verification function of the red.
Then I remembered.
Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red. Ah, so you do remember. Right now, there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1 and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number? I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. Yeah, not working. You really aren't one for listening, are you? I heard Hongo's muffled voice from across the room. I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Ace's superiority complex is showing. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle. I can't. I don't know how. Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution. I can't. And you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's going to be quite hot in here in a few minutes. Imagine it'll be very painful. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the room, I could hear it. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 minutes. I was crying. Great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down like me on a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at an empty monitor. I just can't. Wait, I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think about was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it pound itself into pieces. Are you guys hearing the Seek a Way Out sound effect? Because I am. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Junpei had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Junpei. Help me. Help me. Help me. Junpei! 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 Please! Help me! Junpei! Okay, this one I nailed. Akane! Akane? Who the hell is Akane? Shut up! Just shut the hell up! Seven Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where did she go? Maybe over here? Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something! Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Yeah, he's beginning to believe. Shit! Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Junpei?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I heard him so clearly. He was right there.
Junpei!
I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately I heard him call back. Akane!
Junpei!
That's her, she's here. Hey, then that means... Akane! Are you in the incinerator right now?
Yes, I am. How did he know?
I understand what Santa meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane. I think I get it now. Automatic incineration will take place in 7 minutes.
Junpei! We don't have time!
As quickly as he could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator. Got it! And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. Eunice. Zero is Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future so she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. It means that if there's only one thing for me to do, even if it's all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what I did. No matter what. Automatic incineration will take place in 6 minutes.
Junpei?
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? Yeah, this moment is peak. I promise I'll get you out of here. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes. Okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in this room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get them out! Get out of my way! Hey, what are you? Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's more at stake in here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now, let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over the grid. Now, if I'm looking at this right, I'm gonna need to fill all the empty squares with other numbers from 1 to 9. But I can't use the same 2 numbers in horizontal or vertical row. The same has to go for 3 by 3 squares with thick lines around them. That means I need to put 3 different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows, as well as in the 3 by 3 spaces. I think that's the rule here. Alright, bring it on! I'm gonna do this with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. So back in my day, what you needed to do was rotate the DS. Hold on. Rotation. Why isn't it letting me rotate it? Yeah, fuck, I don't think I can rotate this, fuck. Junpei, who is now being carried by you as the player, you just gotta yeah, easy. So, we have the screen formatted to it by side by, yeah, I do. Full screen of it. Change your screen placement. Yeah, but I don't know. What if it's gonna crash the program? I haven't saved in a while. I think I'm just gonna do it like this. So we have 4, 8, 7, 2, and 5, and 4, 5, 1. So in here we can't have 2 and 9 and 5. So we can put 3 here. We're just gonna do this upside down, okay? We'll be fine. I can also do this. There we go. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Yeah, I last time I don't want to do. We're just gonna do it upside down. 4, 3. We can have 2 here. We can have 1. So 1 can go here. Can you just do a save state and later? And I can actually. Good. I'll do it just in case, but I'm gonna try and just solve it like this. 4, 3, 1, 8, 7, 2, 5. So 1 and 3 had to be in here. So we're doing problem solving. 4, 3, 2, which means 9 has to be one of these here. So 9. Wait, this is... Yeah, this is 6. Which means 9 is here, so it's nice. The nice number. Here we have a 3, 2, 1. Here it needs to be... It can be 7 or 5. And 5 is already here. So, and it can't be 7 either. Here... Well, it can be 6 or 9. So 9 probably has to be here. .96 is also a number, I suppose. Yeah, but it's basically like they're not really doing it to each other, so it loses the meaning. I'm sorry. 5 to 9. So 5 is already here. 3 is already here. I think it's 7 and 8. So the 8 goes here and 7 goes here. Okay, next. I'm 96 right now since upside down. Yeah. In here we have 8, 3, 6, 1, 5. The only number we don't have yet. 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 7. I think it's 6. See, we actually solved one of the squares. 6 to 9. And here we can't have 8, 9, or 2 and 5. Well, we don't have enough information, so let's go for these. 7, 4. 6, 2, 1. 9, 3. So 8 needs to be somewhere here. It can't be here, so 8 probably has to be here. And the other number we don't have yet is... No, we do have 3. We don't have 5 here, so... There we go. 8, 6. We can put 1 here or here, so it depends. We still do not know, but it cannot be here. 1 already exists here. We can try putting 1 here. And then we have 6 to 9, 1, 5, 7 7 isn't here. 7 can be, and 7 cannot be here. Which means 7 is probably here or here. In which case, it probably means that 3 is our missing number. No. No, but like 5 is supposed to be here. I'm pretty sure. Maybe 9 isn't there? No. We don't have 3, I just noticed. So 3 can be here. But it's not 3. Maybe... need to flip these around? No. We still don't know. Maybe I just need to continue filling the rows. 6, 2, 9, 1, 5, 3, 8. It can't be 3. So it has to be 7 or 9. But we already have them here. 9 is already here. What the fuck am I talking about? 4 needs to be here. So 4 is here. And 7 is here. Okay, so this square is correct. This one I'm having some troubles with, so we'll need to go back to it later. 5, 8, 7, 6, 4, 9, 2, 1, 3. I don't see any issues here. We might need to go back. In here, we have 8, 3, 6, 1. We know that 9 stays here. In which case, it means that the numbers we don't have yet are 9, which is our 9, which cannot be here. So 9, well, it can't be here either. Oof. I'm not gonna lie, this... Yeah, no, it's not time. There is no way they're gonna time this. If they do, I will kill myself. Maybe there's another puzzle that we need. No, it's not 2. It's not 4. Maybe it's 7? Maybe 7 goes here? Because it can't go here. And then it's 8, 7, 3, 6, 1. Yeah, it has to be 9. I want to say it's time in the port. We're not doing this in time. No chat. 8, 7, 3, 6, 1. No, wait, what the fuck am I doing? No. We already have 9 in here. I'm blind. Yeah, no, this has 6 in here. And we already have 9. What number am I missing? 2? I think it's 2. Yeah, it is 2. Let's see. 1 can't be here. 1 isn't here. Maybe 1 is probably here. 7, 6. We can put 3 here. Maybe. No. We don't need 3. What the fuck am I talking about? No. 2. And then it's 9. Let's continue looking at the bigger rows. 2. And then it's, we have 6. We have 7, 3, 1, and 2. We don't have 5 yet. Let's say we put 5 here. 8. We need to put 8 here somewhere. It probably goes here, maybe? Yeah, because it can't go here, so 8 is here. We also need 4. 4 can go here, I guess. And then... I can put 6 here. No, 9. Okay. Any overlaps so far? No, it seems like we're doing A-okay. 1 and we already have 1, 2 is here. We don't have a 3 yet in here, but it cannot be here. It has to be here. So 3 needs to go here. And... man, one of these is wrong. I know. I just know it for sure. Well, 6. No, okay. The game is already telling me I fucked up. 1, 6, 8. I don't see the mistake yet, but it just might pop out later. For now, we'll say it's correct, then we'll switch it around later. We can put a 3 here. We don't have a 7 yet, but it cannot go here. So it can go either here or here. But it cannot go here, so it has to go here. What numbers do we have left? I think 5? 5? And then... it's always the 6s. It's always the 9s. We can't... oh my god, I'm confused. No, it's actually okay. Wow, this is absolutely blurring me. I never solved the game like this. 2, 5, 2... I could put 4 in here, maybe? No, man, I have no idea if it's right or not. But it has to be here, because I can't put 4 here, and I can't put 4 here. I can't put 4 here, and I can't put 4 here. Pretty sure this is the correct one. Yeah, it is. Let's see. We don't have 8. We can't put it here. We can put 8 here. Why are you telling me it's wrong? It seems to be ordered correctly. I'm playing the game correctly. I think that like maybe I'll need to do some reshuffling, but man, this is really triggering me. 7, 9, 5, 2. And here we have 6, 4, 9, 7, 3, 2. 1 needs to go here. So maybe 1 goes here. I look at this and I just forget how to count. It's not 5. Oh, wait. This can't be... there can't be a 5 here. I just noticed. Not... 5 isn't here. It has to be here. No, it can't. 5 has to be here. Then it means 1 can't be here. Yeah. So we solved this row, which means, well, now it means that our we need to understand how to solve this better. Maybe. Okay, and here the 8 is in the correct location, and it means that well, there can't be a 1 here. Maybe the 1 is here. Aha! Okay, which means this is wrong. probably means this is wrong. Four is wrong. This one? Do you mean this four? Or do you mean like I guess I can put 4 here. And then... Okay, which means... oh my god, what's the remaining number? I feel stupid. It's 5. 5 is here? Yes! Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 8, 7, 1, 3. So this row is clear. And this is the correct one. Okay. 1, 6, 8. Okay, so one of these is wrong. But it's not this one, which means there's no, this can't happen. We also do not need you here, which means, what is the remaining number? It's 4? No, 4 is already here. What the fuck am I talking about? It's 7? Yes, which means the 7 doesn't go here. 7 has to go in another row. It can go... Well, it doesn't go here. The 7 is correct. Okay. 8, 5, 1. 7 doesn't go here. We also don't need 7 to be here. 7 already exists. 7 is here to vibe. Our missing number is... Well, one of them is 5. The other one is... 9. Yes. However, it can't be here, or it cannot be here. 9... Fuck, I don't know where the 9 is supposed to go. Is this... Yeah, this is correct. This can't be here. Swap the 5 and the 9? Yeah, could be. Oh, man, this is confusing. I think the 6 and... Okay, but we got him. Thank you, GamerCore, for helping me with the backseat. This is actually appreciated. Which means we have 6 of these done. And here the 7 can't happen, and the 7 can't happen here, so 7 is the correct place. 5 and 1 are the correct locations. Here, we have 2, 4, 3, 8, I think the forgotten number is 4. So 4 is here. 2, 6, 4, 3, 8, 5, 6, 7, 1. Wait, no. Yes, it is. It is fine. It is. The 4 is supposed to be here. And then in here we only have one remaining number, so it's 9, 2, 8, 5, 1, 4, 3, 6. Our missing number here is numero tres. No, it's not tres. 7? It's 7. Yeah, it is 7. Thank you. I need a second pair of eyes when I play these kinds of games. 7. Now, 9, 1, 6, my forgotten number is 3. Yeah, it is 3. I don't see the 3 here, and it cannot be here because there's a 3 here already, which I cannot move. 5 can go in either one. 5 is here. 2 is here? No. Which means something here is fucked up. I fumbled. maybe 7 is... What's wrong here? Maybe the 5 can go here? That's 4. There we go. Now we don't have a lot of numbers left. We don't have a 9 yet in this one, so we don't have a 6 yet. What am I talking about? It has to be 9, correct. And now we only have 2 numbers left. So we have 4. Yeah, 4. And 1. Which one? We did it! And we did it upside down. Let's go. Thank you for the Hello Gamer Core. Woohoo! I beat the final puzzle. Yes! Still, we're continuing. Yes! That's it! Hakane! Did you get it?
Yes, I did. I solved it. Well, I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now I just have to press enter.
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will.
I hit the enter key. Emergency shutdown command has been acknowledged. Incineration system has been shut down. We managed to get to the other prong of the Y.
Jumpy!
What's wrong?
It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out for him, but there were very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. Hope my help wasn't too backseating. No, it's fine. This actually helped. I felt like I was I felt like I was activating my noggin while solving this one. For a while, I just lay there laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought of him, I thought my heart would burst. I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. Click the enter key, dumbass! I don't have time to think about this kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up for now, okay? Yeah.
Of course, that's fine.
Then I looked at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo has left behind. Now, well, 7 Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys. Junpei, are you okay? Ah, shut it. Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. Hmm. Hmm. All right, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Automatic incineration take place in 90 seconds. Huh? It doesn't sound like it's stopping. This shit? Why isn't it stopping? Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. And again. And again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell's going on? Got the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't anything stopping? Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds. Wait, of course. That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, Mead, 7 and Lotus. Then we're 9. No, that's it! That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a key. Holy shit, of course. We just have to put the right number into the red end. Automatic incineration take place in 30 seconds. Run, guys! Get to the door! Run! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, don't have much time. And I sure hope they can just trust me on this one or we're all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go! Quick! The puzzle to solve here was never for this group. Yeah, verify. Who? What combination? All of us! We all need to verify. Why? You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it! Hurry, 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 hurry! Automatic incineration will take place in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incinerator system has been disabled. This is the Q door. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No time to be happy. Time to go. Hurry. We've got 9 seconds before door closes. Go, go, go. Come on, guys. Move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. There goes the door. No, don't calm down, Ed. You're not done. We've still gotta find the dead. And we found the dead. Shit. Looks like we made it, huh? Man, the guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. I guess Sneak probably can't see the sky, but he sure can feel the fresh air. I just want to take a nap. Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? I want to tell her I made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. Nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother. Akane! Owie! I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms. Aww. Oh, Owie! Akane! I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my hands around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another man's body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever, but I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelets had begun to count down to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted it only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to it and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo has dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. A huge detective who'd be called 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again. Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might be able... Okay, I was right. There was no time to got... It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and the Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up by spiraling stairs to freedom. Up. Man, these stairs go on forever. But they can get us out of here. No wonder we're running so hard. My heart... Sand already left. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. What? Is someone talking? Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something? What's up? The door, the one with the 9 on it. Why did it open? Yeah, all 5 of us verified the numbers on our red. It makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened. It's not like you, Lotus. Thought you would have figured it out by now. Huh? Why? Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases. Bases? Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2? 1, 0, and 1. How about base 10? It goes from 0 to 9, right? And how about base 16? 0 to F. After 9, it starts with A and then goes to B, C, D, etc. You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on. So what about it? You don't get it? What if we keep going with the pattern? What if you go past base 16 all the way to base 27? Base 27? Yeah. Well, the numerical digits are the same. So I guess you got alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16, H is 17, I is 18, J is 19, K is 20, L is 21, M is 22, N is 23, O is 24, P is 25. Yeah, and what comes after that? Q! 26! And what does that mean? It wasn't a 9 on the door. It was a Q, a fucking lowercase q. Yeah, that was pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. There more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. Every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe I'm just a short rest. No, I can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can be more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet from a rifled arrow. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant. Coiled dragon. Finally. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there. All right, I'm gonna open it. Yeah. Yes, we're finally here. Please do. Sure, you don't like Sure, you look like a big heavy door. But you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more importantly, that you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna go open now.
I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace, and not only because of my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. Finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizons, we can see a faint outline of a ship as it sank.
Yep, we were never on the boat. Well, we were.
He gave a thunderous roar as if finally slipped beneath the waves.
Yeah, Junpei wasn't on the boat.
The last cry echoed across the ocean, and that was gone.
It's over. Emily whispered.
Yeah, it was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that's wrong. It wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was the prologue to what would happen in 9 years.
Yes, finally, air! God, damn, that sun is bright. Can barely see anything. I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait. No way. You've gotta be shitting me. What? It can't be.
This is...
Man, I love that reveal so much. This is the building in the Nevada desert.
a mock experiment building.
Oh my god, this whole time we were in Building Q. Sure enough, that's the desert out there. Mountains all around it. And that's why they couldn't escape the night boat. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Oh, did I just hear something fall? I feel like this game ties into Madness combat. That's crazy. Right, our bracelets. Guess I've never really got a good look at how the underside of these look. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. I think it even looks like a detonator. It was never a detonator to begin with. I mean, figures. Look at it.
Junpei.
Yes, I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Ace into a wall, and subs lands into a wall. And no one but the ninth man, Ace, and the other two have bombs. Yep. This is because Akane is Akane and Sandra, they were only aiming for very specific targets. 4 out of the 9 people. Summoning is really funny when you learn they're in the desert. Yeah, it is. So yeah, I'm really to re-experience this. This is as peak as I remember it was. Yeah, it is peak. I'm really happy. There is one last thing we need to do before we finish the stream. And that is basically like the epilogue. But yeah, I really enjoy experiencing this game with you guys. And even though it's getting late, maybe we'll have a bit of a talk about like some of the things we learned from it. Aside from the fact like, wow, this game holds up. It's great to see that you wanted to show accents. Like, I don't know if I want to show it. I know it's a little late for Axe ending. It's already we've been streaming for like 4 hours. It's a little overtime. Now I play, and I wanna. If you guys want to look up the Axe ending, then if you want to see the Axe ending, look it up. But basically, what happens is that if you don't pass the story checks, then Clover or like go through like doors 4, 7, and 1, then basically what you get is Clover loses faith in everyone and just goes on a killing spree with the axe.
Are you okay? Oh, come on, this is nothing. Really? Yeah. You don't look okay. It was just before the end of elementary school.
Junpei and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. Yeah. How does it look then? Also, this is what I like. This is what's the name of the gun? The gun. You know, the one gun. Chekhov's gun, yeah. This is the story where the Chekhov's gun, like, it gets fired, but like not in the way you think it does. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. Looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, and they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does it even mean? Junpei Green and ow, 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 ow.
See, I told you you're not okay. Too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Junpei. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us inside the building, using the ignition and gas in the tank. Looks like it was a present for them. Anyway, let's jump in, and here we are, screaming across the desert. Ah! Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat there. I still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! So awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around. There's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, alright? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death. Hey, shut it. Can't help it if I'm big, alright? Suck it up. Why don't you drive, Seven? I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car's in 6 orange should be somewhere down the road ahead of us. Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. Girlie's in the front! There's no doubt about it. And we've gotta hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh shit! God damn, she doesn't have to drive that fast. And I didn't even think the car like this could go this fast. We sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple of hours after you ran into the junior high students. Yeah. They'd been hiding in the bushes in the back of one of the long hills, drenching a kitten with gasoline. That's so evil! The moment we saw what they were doing, Junpei ran up to them furious. Hey!
What the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on her. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. Yeah, children are cruel, Jack. It's like gonna be mean to the cat? I mean, some people are also mean, like people are just mean to animals, and it's never for good reasons. For cats, it's usually because they think they're gross, and for dogs, it's usually because they think they're stupid. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please! You have to come with me! The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Juby, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps. You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty at me? I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where his tooth has fallen out. Yeah, I guess I coulda. Then why didn't you? I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good. Because of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders on the first semester, remember? Oh, wow. You know, I'm not surprised that Junpei becomes a detective after this. That does feel in character. Oh, you mean the bunnies? Yeah, the bunnies. Junpei's a sassy bitch, but he has a good heart. He plucked up some gas in the ground and tossed it into the wind. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. Then they said I'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbit. I couldn't forgive him for that. So, Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do. Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas? Why don't you ask him yourself? Well, yeah, I guess I could. Still in the trunk, I assume. Kind of like another famous visual novel protagonist. Like Phoenix Wright, you mean? Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. Yep. Well, might as well have a little chat with the old man. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. Looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him. Anymore? Hey, were you listening to us? Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you little bastard. Let's get the tape off your mouth. Come on, I know you were. Answer me. At least look at me when you talk, man. We wanted to see the faces. Human faces. What if I could have gained the ability to access the Morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. Peering into people's minds, you can understand how they were processing the expressions of others. That's it? Yes, if you want to put it simply. If you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness. I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
Alright, what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, did you? Well, somebody's a little nosy. Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that? Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigante, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping to catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot about the Gigante. I also found both Bourdain and Alice. You're not really answering my question. Is there really a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? Sorry, Ace. Junpei has a girlfriend to ramble about philosophy and science. He doesn't need the murderous old man for that. Yeah, and comparatively, she's less toxic than that. So Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine. I'll let you talk, but you've got to behave. What? Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but a group of peculiar plants. Oh! I know this plant! It shows up in the sequel! My research determined it was a member of the genus Montagoa of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that to create soap oil. Its creation was tremendous boon in my form. We grew rapidly. Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongle. Most of my questions can wait a bit. Now I think I'll enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you. What is this? This is a For You doll.
His name is Junpei. Junpei pulled out something out of his pocket and shoved his arm towards me. His arm was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Junpei, are you sure it's a For You doll?
Yeah, the lady in the shop said that. It means that it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
What? Oh man, oh man!
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a good idea then.
Why are you giving this to me anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June we aren't gonna see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools and I just thought I'd, you know...
Okay, well then how would we call it June then?
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to give this
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes, I head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this me, so we always together.
Oh, Junpei.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take. I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Junpei.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny round body. Yeah, they're not allowed to be happy. Junpei looked straight into my eyes and just said 5 words. I'll never forget you either. The sky was beautiful crimson rain. Yeah, it does. It could have gone. It really was a good standalone. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and paid themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening, just as the two of us leaned gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one, the lights in the town began to flicker on. Still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Aqua. 9 years ago, she died in an incinerator by a gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. Is it because I tapped into the market field safe and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If it did that, then how do it make sense of what 7 remembers? Stink makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But 7, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seth? You look satisfying. I couldn't.
Hey, look over there! There's somebody next to the road!
Huh? What? And this is the stinger the game ends with. The burning gaze of the devout sound pounded on her head. Your favorite character, you love her design so much. She looks better in this design. And this design, like in the original design, she looks great. Those are around her triple feet. Standing there in that shimmering plain was a woman, her arms up, out in her thumb. It would not be long before Jimmy realized who she was. And I like that. Like, on its own, it's also a funny way to, like, finish the story. Oh, we did it! We finished 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Woohoo! All ice. And as you can see, we got the coffin ending alongside the true ending. So yeah, that's the game. Then VLR kind of, yeah, we know. It backpedaled. Alice ended up being a red herring. Without going into too much spoilers, but yeah, this is 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, and we managed to finish the entire game in 3 weeks. It was a good time. After we finish that, we're basically going back to our regularly scheduled program. So Honkai, Storiel on Saturdays, and Metaphor on Mondays, but not this Monday because it's Rosh Hashanah. And basically, and I have it's Rosh Hashanah Eve, and I have a meal, like a holiday meal, as you do in the holidays. But yeah, thank you so much for joining the game. Whether you're you know the game before or this is your first time experiencing it, I hope my voice acting did it justice. And I had a lot of fun exploring it, like revisiting this classic with you guys. So until next time, I hope you stay frosty. Goodbye.